everyone. Thank you so much for joining today, and thank you for waiting as well. So today I'm joined by my friend Angela again, and so happy to have her here, so happy to have you here. And Olivia is currently on my lap. She was a little bit restless, but I think she found her perfect position, and we are like full on in full mode and just excited to do some reading today and to chat with everyone. So, Angela, if you want to introduce yourself again.
Hi, I'm Angela. My channel is Angela Rose Reads. I'm getting back into the swing of filming, and I read pretty much everything. So it's really hard to narrow it down to one or two things. I read most things. Like today, I've got a lot of like middle grade and stuff I want to look at.
Yeah, we both read a whole bunch of like everything. I'm pretty sure you also read like middle grade children's, adult fiction as well. It's just
I like a lot of horror. I like fantasy. I like mysteries. I really like, I was talking with you, like I have a whole spreadsheet of a bunch of books about witches. I love witches, and I have like a whole year's worth of books now of things to read for. So I can't wait to do more of that too. So exciting.
And it's like good to read those books during spooky season, but it's also nice to read them like throughout the year as well.
Yeah. You had one that you showed in a video that I added, The Lighthouse Witches. That cover was so pretty.
Yeah, I have a reading vlog for that one, and I just love that book so much. So much. Yeah, it's called The Lighthouse Witches, and it's just a wild ride. There's multiple points of view. Every page, like every chapter, it makes you want to read more the whole time. The story itself is great, but the experience of reading it is a whole other thing, which I think is great. Same with The Weight of Blood. I think that's what it's called, by Tiffany D. Jackson.
Yeah.
It's it's a great story. It's a Carrie retelling, but again, it's like the experience of reading that book is just what makes it like so phenomenal. So those are two really good books, I find. And they're both pretty creepy as well. And
that's the best.
Perfect to read. So
wait, The Lighthouse Witches is creepy?
The Lighthouse Witches?
It's creepy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know anything about it. I try not to know things about books that I go into. And so that's exciting.
It's like horror.
Oh, well, that just jumped up a lot higher on my list. Okay, well, then I need to get to that because that sounds great.
It's horror, but like somewhat lightish at times, but it's just like very, very creepy. And yeah, once you go into it, I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun to read. So
I'll be back in 1 second. I think my cat is stealing her sister's food. 1 second. Keep talking.
Hi, Kristen. So you are reading Rules for Vanishing by Kate Alice Marshall. It's supposed to be really scary, and I've had that book for 2 years that I just need to get myself to read it. You're 75 pages into it so far. Cool. That's awesome. And The Lighthouse Witches is on your TBR. Nice. Like it is like there are two covers of it. One is just I just show it off all the time because the cover is just so beautiful. I think it's a very underrated book. I try to like get the word out for people to read it all the time.
Doing to me now. I want to read it like now.
It's so good and it's creepy. And okay, so what we're reading today. Angela, what are you reading today?
Oh, you go first because now I'm currently trying to see if The Lighthouse Witches is available on my library.
I am reading The Night of the Living Rez, which is great. It's by Morgan Taldy, and it has some kind of short stories. Like it's a short story about a bunch of people who live on a reserve or reservation in Maine, and has like different stories going on, but you revisit stories throughout of the same individuals. And I am loving it so far. I'm 36% of the way through, and I'm excited to keep reading it. And I think that today is just kind of a perfect day to read it because, like, we are getting close to Halloween. It has some kind of interesting vibes for this one. I forget the genre exactly that it is, which I'm going to look up right now. Night of the Living Res.
So it looks like the good cover of the Lighthouse Witches is not American, which is a bummer. That means I'd have to buy it from like Book Depository.
Are you kidding?
No, because every time I look it up at here, like it's a not very good cover.
So is it the one that just has like a spiral?
Yeah, and I don't like that font.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Pango Books has the good one. Somebody's selling it for
Okay.
$10. I might have to order it. I think I'm gonna order it. You did it. You convinced me.
Did I?
Yes,
Yay.
because I thought, like, I don't know, for some reason I don't equate lighthouses with creepy. I don't know. I don't think lighthouses are that creepy. And so when I saw the Lighthouse Witches, I did not know that, but it looks creepy from what you're saying.
Yeah, it is. It's a creepy, creepy tale. And yeah,
I gotta buy it.
the blue cover with the shiny, like it's the best.
I gotta buy it. It's happening. Oh no, this person has a lot of books I'm interested in. Oh, Pango Books is gonna be the savior and the death of me. Do you ever use Pango?
No, I don't.
It's really nice. It's just people selling their used books, like, and they're always in good condition, and they ship. People usually ship them really quickly,
Mhm.
and so it's just like going through and getting people's books, and it's really cool. It's
Is
especially weird when you get one from a booktuber that you follow because you're like, oh, this was their book. That's so strange.
is it like is it more like American based?
I have no idea. It's
Yeah,
it's Pango books.
PANGO books. Oh, it looks like there's some maybe in Canada.
I mean, it would have to be like Canadian or people that ship internationally because it's just like regular people selling their books.
Yeah, it can be very like expensive to ship to Canada.
Well, this person's selling that nice edition of the Lighthouse Witches, and it doesn't, that's the thing, it doesn't really say where they ship from. At
Oh,
least from that I can tell. I'm pretty new to it, but it doesn't really say. uh it just tells you how, like, you'll add it to the cart and it'll say how much the shipping costs, and then
mm-hmm.
you can choose to either select it or not, because it's like people's personal home, so I'm sure that they're not going to like tell you where it is. But this one has that nice cover and the shipping's only $4. I'm buying it. You did it. You convinced me to get this book. I'm getting it.
Okay. So like yeah, it's just great.
I
It's
think
just
$14 is good for that, from what you're talking about, what it's like.
I think I when I paid for it, like because I got it in Canada,
Mm-hmm.
books are expensive in like if you look at like the book, like if you look at it, it'll say like the American price and the Canadian price. And like the Canadian price is I know it's like there's like the exchange rate and everything, but it's just a
Mm-hmm.
bummer to pay like $30 for a book. You know what I mean? You're just
Right.
like, ugh, okay.
Especially if you can get it from the library. The only reason I'm buying this one is because number one, the cover is stunning. Number two, you described it in a way of books that I love. And then number three, my library doesn't really have the e-versions of this.
I see.
I mean, it has a really long hold.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially during this time of year, I think. Like, there's some books right now that you could get, like, in, I don't know, in, like, the summertime or whatever, and it's not, like, horror season, but, like, when it comes to that season, everyone's just like, "I just need to get this scary book."
Yeah.
And so there's so many old that, like, go on.
Yeah, I have 0 available near me. And the cover is so pretty. I really don't like the comparison of the American covers versus yours. Yours is so much better.
Let me get the book. I'm gonna show what the cover is.
It's so pretty. Like, I know that everybody has different tastes, but man, I just think that one is so pretty compared to ours. Is just a generic, it's like a spiral from the inside of a lighthouse, and then just the lighthouse switches in this very like yellow font that doesn't look the best.
Okay, I got it. Ugh.
And then you have to come pull up ours and show how bad ours is.
Yeah, so it has this shiny, and then if you look at it closer, it shows this beautiful, like, lighthouse, and then the moon, and just swirly awesome, and the font, and even here, it's just, like, so nice. It, like, glistens in the back too, and it's just it doesn't, like, necessarily flop open, but it's, like, it just feels nice to read. I just love it. I wanna be like to everyone, just like, "This book." Just, like, get it, it's so good. But
I did. You got me. You influenced me.
yay. Oh, one of my favorites. Yeah, fascinating and enthralling is definitely, yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, what I'm reading today. Okay.
Yes, what are you reading today?
So it's like the weekend of Halloween, so I kind of just want to read kind of cozy Halloween books. And the few that I have left is I want to read the graphic novel Seance Tea Party
Yay!
by Ramina Yee. I have started it, but I haven't finished it. And then a middle grade called The Monsters of Rookhaven by Padraig Kenny. This one is just like, there's the illustrations all throughout in like the pages, and it's so interesting to look through. But it's about these this family that's kind of like monsters type characters, and they are making a deal with the town that they will stay separated from the town. They won't eat anybody, they'll stay separated, but they have to do that. And then these two orphans, Sarah and I have noticed that so many books are about orphans. They like manage to find their way through the barrier, and then like other people might be able to get into, and then like I don't know what's gonna happen with that. But yeah.
Interesting. Seance Tea Party is also another one of my, like, it's just so cute. I love the illustrations. They're just.
I think I'm gonna start with this one because that would be a really nice, cozy first thing to read today.
Yeah, it's so cute and so cozy and just like perfect. I'm going to get our timer on because now it is 12:07. So I think that, well, here it's 12:07. Where you are, it may not be
It's 11:07 here.
11:07. And I'll just see here.
We're reading very different books. You're reading like more horror-y, and I'm reading like middle grade and graphic novel-y.
I think that's good. Whatever, like, but I think it's still within the realm of like perfect for the season. Kristen, have you read the graphic novel series Garlic and the Vampire Witch?
Mm-mm.
No, I have not, but it seems cool. Like, it seems like, I don't know if they would really get along, Garlic and the vampire. Maybe, like, I don't know. I have to look into it. Okay, so this is today's timer. Hopefully it will work okay today.
I was squealing over it earlier because I think it's the cutest thing ever.
Olivia is very serious. Like her,
She looks like a professor, like scolding you.
Yeah, she's just like there to intimidate us to like keep reading, basically. She's like, you better read. Okay, so we are going to start our first sprint in 3, 2, 1. Happy reading. How'd it go?
This is so precious.
Isn't it
I love the art and the story so far. Oh. I have to share one thing. Oh my gosh, because if this isn't me, she's talking about a ghost, and she says, if I were a ghost, you know where I'd haunt? Disneyland.
good?
And I'm
So
like,
cute. Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
definitely.
By the way, have you seen any of the videos about the ghosts at Disneyland?
Mm-mm.
You should.
I mean, I don't believe in ghosts, so. I mean, I don't believe in ghosts, so like, I don't actually think there's ghosts at Disneyland.
I don't either, but it's fun to know a little bit about like what people think are ghosts at Disneyland.
That's so funny. I used to be an annual pass holder, and so we would go to Disneyland a lot. It's like one of my favorite places in the world. And wait, it might be my favorite place. And like I just it's the best. So yeah, I would, if I were a ghost, haunting Disneyland would be amazing. How's your book?
Really good. So I was at 36. Now I'm at 41%. And basically, I'm making my way through one story. And the story, let me see what it's called. I believe it's about smoking tobacco. And yeah, I won't really say very much about it, but I like the story so far quite a bit. I'm reading Night of the Living Res, and I'm really enjoying it quite a bit. The further I get, like the more I enjoy it, which is like a
Good.
really good sign in a book.
Good. I have that on my shelf too. So, and it's on my November TBR. So I'll get to know what you're talking about soon, I hope.
Cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of like little stories in here that I'm really, really enjoying. So yeah, really like it. Let us know, everyone who is in the chat, how your reading sprint is going and how your last one was so far. And if you've just joined us, let us know what you're reading. I'm interested to know. Oh, great. You read 3 more chapters. Awesome. That's so good. I love seeing everyone's progress like throughout the reading sprints. It's like, I love it.
Yeah, I'll probably be able to finish this one soon. So then, yeah, I don't know. I just think like a monster book would be so cute for this time of year. So I'll probably be able to get to this one in the reading sprints too. Do you think you'll be able to finish Night of the Living Res?
No.
No?
I'm not a very fast reader, but I will say that I think I am reading a little bit faster, like with my page turner. So I'm, for those who are interested, I have an e-reader and it's a Kobo, but this works on any e-reader you have. It even works on the Kindle app on your phone. Funny enough. And so basically, it's just like you clip this on this device and it touches the screen, and then you have a remote. So, like, say you want to read and you're kind of cuddled under like blankets, or you don't want to just like keep flipping or whatever, and you have like a little stand. You just like literally have your e-reader on a stand and you're reading and just flipping through the pages. So like basically, if you can see this, here's one page and then you go to the next page, which
What if
is
you
like,
want to go back though? It's only forward, right?
it's only forward. As far as I know, there's 2 buttons, but they both go forward. I don't know everything about this little guy yet, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. I know that my partner, he was trying to like fiddle around with this yesterday. he was reading manga, and so he did this like little maneuver like with the buttons, and it brought him back to like the screen where like all of his manga chapters or volumes are. So I don't know. I think there's still like stuff to be discovered with this. Um, but yeah, it goes forward. It doesn't go backward. If you are reading and you have it like in your hand though, it's pretty easy to just like, okay, you just like go forward, forward, forward. And then if you want to go back, just like tap it with the hand you're holding it with. So
That's so
I just like it
nifty.
because I get to like go and read and like have my hands just kind of like here or whatever.
Yeah, that's so helpful.
Yeah, it's just like it's one of those like little things, you know. I think I got it from Amazon. It was maybe $30. I love little gadgets. I love gadgets and things. Page turner. Yeah, this was like $35, at least in Canada. I don't know, probably cheaper in the U.S. Yeah. And yeah, what else? I am really enjoying this one so far. So that's really good.
Have you gotten to read everything for Halloween that you've wanted to read?
No,
No.
no.
What's
Like the big ones, yes.
what's left that you haven't gotten to yet?
Well, I need to finish this one for sure. The if I'm saying it right, the Very Irregular Society of Witches.
The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches.
There we go. I can remember a title with like 2 or 3 words, but other than that, I just mess it up. That one I want to still read, but I will probably not read it before Halloween. Like that's probably just like it's probably just not going to happen.
It actually kind of is good for November, December because they talk about like the winter solstice. They do stuff with the winter solstice in it. So, and the whole thing kind of sets up around a date at the end of December. So like it's like in this time period. So I would say this is the good time period. I actually think it suited better for November, December than October.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Honestly, this is a big statement, but I think that might be my favorite book of the year so far.
Wow.
I mean, I've read so many 5 stars and I've read so many things that like blew my mind, but for some reason that book is just like everything that I love and want it to be. It's just so wholesome. And I find it hard to find books that I like that are that wholesome and that I have no problems with at all. So I think it like has a special place in my heart. I think it might be my favorite book this year.
One thing that I've noticed about that book is that like every single time that like I've seen it recommended, like I've seen it recommended on all the books, the book talks, the booktubes, the like bookstagrams, like I've seen that book kind of everywhere. The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. I think that's it.
Yeah.
And like no one has anything bad to say about it. Like so many people love that book, and that makes me excited about it. I have a gift card right now, and it's to a local bookshop, and that is definitely like I will buy that one.
There you go.
I will buy that one.
Don't get I worry that people are going to get too high of expectations though, but it's not like cuz but it's just so wholesome and sweet and everything is like there's such good characters, there's such good stories. Like it's just precious. I know I said that about this too, but I also think that this is so precious. Like it's just so sweet, and it's just hard to find, at least for me. I guess I don't try very hard because like I'm not gonna find that in horror or anything, but honestly it really is. I don't have any complaints about it either. Like every time, I remember at one point there was a point where there could have been common tropes that were used, and then they didn't, and I was like, yes, because if they were going to use one of like these tropes that I just get so annoyed by, I was going to get a little bit disappointed because I was like, no, guys, just be adults. And then they were adults, and they weren't like going down the path that so many books do, and I'm just like, yay. I don't know. It was good. It was really good. I can see, the only thing I said, I think I said this last time, the only thing I think people might not like it is like if they don't necessarily connect to the personal struggles that some of the characters have. But even if you don't connect to their struggles, I still think you can appreciate it, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's beautiful, so I want.
Yeah, that's, I think November, December, even December actually would be really good time to read it, because that's kind of where they're at in the book, is that time period.
Kristen says, I have read the first 11 chapters of Irregular Witches, and it's a great book so far. I'm hoping to finish it by the end of November. Yay! Oh, and I just, like, I love books with blue covers.
Like the Lighthouse Witches, yeah.
Yeah. Blue is like one of my favorite. I think it probably is my favorite color. Yeah, I think so.
I think mine is either black or pink.
For your colors?
My favorite book covers. I really like black books, but I also like, there has been I can't reach any of it, it's over there, but like there has been some books that are pink that I just love, like Just Like Home by Sarah Gailey, I think is one of my favorite covers. I just love it. And yours is blue. I'm trying to think of blue books.
I love blue.
I don't have that much blue, I don't think.
I love blue for covers. I do like black for book covers as well, or like neutrals. And I think though that books that I tend to love are either red or green covers most of the time, which is funny. I love red too. And I like green too. I like all the colors. I don't have a favorite color, maybe. I don't know.
Immediately regrets everything. You're like, nope, too many.
It's like, oh, but yellow is also really beautiful too, and so is orange. Okay.
What about Siren Queen by Niveau? Have you seen that cover? That's like blue, black, silvery. It's quite shiny. When you said blue and black, that's the first one that came into my head as a beautiful cover.
Come on, Olivia, up. Oh yeah, that's a nice cover too. It is nice. I know she has a new book that's just come out too.
It's the third in the trilogy. Yeah. Yes. I'm waiting for it to be on paperback, and then I'll get it, because I have the other two on paperback, so I don't want to. Yeah, Kristen, I think that it reminds me too of House in the Cerulean Sea in that way too. It's that whole household of magical people or kids, I guess.
Olivia, you want to come up? So she's doing that thing right now where she's just like trying to.
Like
Olivia, she is just trying to like go on my lap, but she likes to tell me that she's going to for a little bit of time, and then she finally decides to hop up. I know. You want to come up? Yeah. And Olivia also talks a lot, so she's very chatty.
Oh my gosh, I'll have to get up and grab it real quick. But I think the prettiest cover ever. I will be right back.
And now you can see her tail. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna let her say hi to everyone. So this is my cat Olivia. She's right here. Here she is.
Okay, so here was Siren Queen, the one that I was telling you about.
Oh yeah, it's like totally beautiful.
But I think, like, to me, this one might be the best cover I've ever seen. The lighting isn't doing it justice. It's a lot more vibrant in person. I just have dim lighting because it's kind of cloudy out, but like the pinks are a lot more vibrant and the blues in person, and it's just the prettiest cover ever.
Oh, I like it. It's nice. Very nice. There's a lot of like very beautiful covers of books. I'm finding now more than ever.
They know that that's what we want.
Right?
And now it's kind of hurting us because now I'm like, I want to buy everything.
I know, right? I kind of want to, yeah. I feel that way as well. But it doesn't necessarily. Sometimes I will really like a really nice book, despite or having a really nice book cover. Like even if the contents are, you know, I feel kind of meh about the book. Sometimes I still just really, really like the book cover. Yeah. I don't think that I have any books really that like I don't really like the cover all that much, except for a couple.
Oh, I've got a good amount of books that I don't like the cover for. That's because I don't tend to like the covers for a lot of like fantasy and sci-fi. It's not really my favorite style of cover, but I'm gonna buy it anyway because I want to read the book.
There was a challenge that I did. It was like a book talk challenge, and one of the questions was, "Show me a book um, where the cover is beautiful, but is better than like the contents of the book."
Well, one did you pick?
I picked The Handmaid's Tale. I have a cover that I'm like, but I already like knew that I wanted to like buy the book because, or not buy, it was like gifted to me through one person to another to another. So I'm very grateful that I have the book. The cover though is a little too, I don't know. It's not my favorite cover, but there are some really beautiful covers of The Handmaid's Tale that I really love. The Testaments as well. I'm not like that much of a fan of like the cover, but I love the book. So, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? I have that book, but I have the audiobook of it, not the physical book.
I've been having to get comfortable with series not matching. It's really hard. Some people would just like rebuy all their series, but I don't want to respend the money. So I've just had to try to get comfortable with like having 2 paperbacks and then 1 hardcover, or the series of the Wayfarer series. It's The Long Way to Small Angry Planet, Becky Chambers. Yeah. So the first book is kind of a matte cover. And so I could not, for some reason, find the second book at our bookstore ever. Like they just never had the second book. So Target had a buy one, get one 50% off sale. So I got the second book and it's shiny instead of matte. And I'm like, that is the biggest. I'm like, do I just, but I'm obviously not going to return it. So then that would just be like wasted money. So I'm just going to have to probably deal with the fact that they're going to be different. It's one of those things that like aesthetically is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, it is difficult. You want them all to be like the same for sure.
Yeah.
The Sailor Moon books have to be all the same. Eternal Edition, just they all have to be like the same. But those are like really, really, really special books to me.
Yeah.
And like I love my Sailor Moon manga so much because it's like they're very large books. And the paper of them is glossy.
Ooh.
And it has like really good translation from what I can tell. And at the very back of the Sailor Moon books, they have like explanations of like what the artist was thinking during certain scenes, like what certain like terms mean, what certain names mean, all of that sort of thing. So those are, I have volumes 1 to 6, but there's 14 in total. And um, the 14, it also includes Sailor Venus's books as well, because initially she did Sailor Venus, and then she went on to do like Sailor Moon, from what I understand. I may be completely wrong, but that's what I understand. And I've wanted these books since I was like literally like 8 or 9 years old. And I never imagined, like I wanted the actual like books because I love the TV show. I love Sailor Moon, like the TV show, so much. And I wanted the real. I wanted the books. I wanted to read them. And then when I was like in my early 20s, I read it just like from the library, just kind of read it. And then I was like, I have to have these books. And I looked everywhere for them. They're always sold out on Amazon, but they're like just the smaller ones. And since about maybe a year ago, it's been like my huge goal to just collect each one of them. And now I am at 6. And the fun thing is, number 7, that is the one that has my favorite Sailor Scout, and it's Sailor Pluto. And so every time that I get one of these, because they're like expensive and they're huge, every single time I get one of these, it's like the best thing ever. So those are books that literally I will never give away. There are books I'll give away, but I'm never giving away those books.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it's so special to you.
Other books I can deal with, but those ones are a totally like on another level.
Oh yeah,
Like
definitely. It's worth it then, you know? Like that's one of the few good things about being an adult. You can get what you want.
I know. I said to my partner, I was like, I really want to get these books, and he's like, well, you can.
I know, right? He's like, you're an adult. You can do that, Sarah.
Yeah, I can, and I'm lucky and grateful that I'm able to. But I purchased them after reading it. So I read 1 and then I go on to 2. Then I read 2, then 3. So now 6, I have to read that, and then I'll get my 7th book.
Yay, and it's so special. It's a special occasion.
Yeah, like they just hover in the air, like they're like amazing.
Like Poltergeist, they hover in the air.
Oh my gosh! But like when I was little, I wanted to be a Sailor Scout so bad, so bad. And did you like the show? Like
I've never seen it. I have no idea. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't really know how to, because it might be like totally different now. Like you watching it like later on. But
yeah, well, you have the nostalgia aspect of it for sure. And that makes it even more special to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The nostalgia factor is pretty strong with that one, for sure.
That's so cute, though. That's so special.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to move on to our next reading sprint?
Sure. See how far I can get in this. I hope I can finish it. This is so cute. I just can't get over the art and the style. Like, here's a Halloween page. Look at this. Wait, how do I get this? Wait, wrong side. This side.
That's one of my favorite pages in the book, the Seance Tea Party.
Yes, I'm like that is perfect. Yeah, I'm just trying to finish up some Halloween reads this weekend, and I feel like this is but this one can be read at any time, though, don't you think?
Yeah, but I think that it offers a specific magic around this time
I'd agree.
because there is like actual like Halloween like stuff in there, which makes it like so cool. I know that I finished that one in reading sprints like last month, so I'm pretty sure you'll be able to because I am a slow reader.
No, I was gonna tell you too really quickly.
Mhm.
You told me to read Pumpkinheads,
Yeah,
and I did, and I loved it.
I know,
Oh
right?
my
It's so
God.
good.
And it was perfect because the kindergartners and I had a field trip to a pumpkin patch on Tuesday.
Yes.
And so it was perfect. We had apple cider, we had fresh because it was also an apple orchard. And so we had pumpkin, we got pumpkins, we got apple cider, we had apples. And I was just thinking of the graphic novel the whole time. So thank you for recommending it because I was just like, aw, it's so cute.
And my favorite part of that book is that there's a very special animal that is featured throughout. And every time I was just like, it was my favorite. It was one of my favorite parts of that book.
No, it
I
was
love
hilarious. It was so random, but it was hilarious.
random, but just like so good. And like so many of those treats that they feature in Pumpkinheads, like I've never tried before. Like, and I would love to. Like, I think that I'll just give one fun thing away. So I believe what it is like a pumpkin pie that they like dip a slice right into like chocolate and they eat it.
I
And
would
like
love it.
can you imagine that? And then just like maybe like putting it even on a plate with like some ice cream on top. That's like it's so much, but I just think that would be just delicious.
Yeah, I just want to try all the food from that. I mean, the food sounded so good and the activities sounded so cool too. But the food, oh, yesterday we were out and we stopped at like this little tiny pumpkin patch slash tree farm, and they had homemade apple pies and like what's the other one? A berry treat, like because they sell the produce as well. And so I've got a whole apple pie, I've got like a berry tart, we bought apple cider from them, and so we've got apple cider, we've got like caramel corn. I love
Oh,
caramel popcorn. Oh,
hmm.
so we've got some of those fall treats, but not as intense as in Pumpkinheads. Those were some amazingly incredible sounding Halloween treats. Oh my gosh, or fall treats.
Pumpkin heads is like next level.
Pumpkinheads is like pure no, not even just Halloween, but pure autumn.
Pure
Like
autumn.
pure autumn. It's great. Even with the overalls and the flannels that they wear. Like
Hmm.
honestly, I feel like Pumpkinheads is going to be one I'm going to need to buy because like that's one that you just read every autumn. It's just great. It's perfect for this.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Really
Just had to
beautiful.
throw that in there because I remember you talking about it to me last time and I've read it since then. That was just 1 week ago. Oh my god, time
Yeah,
flies.
I know.
Wow.
I time does fly, and I can't believe it's going to be the 31st in just a couple of days.
I know. I can't believe it. I am so behind on all of my Halloween stuff.
Me too. Me too. But then I'm gonna do pretty much a quick in just a couple of weeks. I'm basically gonna like it's all gonna be winter.
Oh yeah.
All gonna be
Oh
like
yeah.
all the winter vibes. Very
Honestly,
excited.
honestly, I've already been listening to Christmas music. I
That's
swear.
hilarious.
I can't help it. I love the holidays.
Oh yeah, and you also have your Thanksgiving coming up too, right?
I mean, I don't really celebrate that, but
Me neither.
I don't celebrate it, but I do make I hate talking about it because you're vegan, but I make honey baked ham And because they have a store here called Honey Baked Ham, like it's a chain, and their hams are like $100 because they're huge, but still that's a lot. And I found a copycat recipe. You can use the copycat recipe for like smaller spiraled hams from the grocery store, and it tastes just the same. And so we'll make it, and then we'll have it throughout the whole week for like sandwiches and stuff. And like, you know, you got to make like the stuffing and the mashed potatoes and corn and the what else do you make for Thanksgiving? Cranberry jelly.
Yeah.
I don't know, all that stuff. You just make the food, but I don't really celebrate the holiday.
I don't either. But I like to have like a family dinner.
Yeah,
And that's pretty much it.
exactly.
Pretty
And I
much.
like to watch the Peanuts because I'm a huge Peanuts fan, like Charlie Brown and Snoopy. Like that is my all-time favorite thing. And I collect from antique stores like the old original like booklets and comic books of them. And I have all of the holiday specials. And like they're just so nostalgic and sweet. Like I skip past like all the religious parts and stuff, but like I watch the ones where it's like cute little scenes of like Snoopy trying to prepare Thanksgiving dinner and they don't have enough food, so they're like doing like buttered bread and popcorn and stuff, and it's so cute. This time of year, honestly, from October to December cannot be beat. It's just
Yeah,
the best
totally.
time of year.
Totally. All right, well, let's do our next sprint. So we're going to start this in 3, 2, 1. Happy reading.
Hello.
Okay, how'd it go? Good?
I finished the Seance Tea Party and I gave it 5 stars.
Oh, cute.
Like, there was a panel that almost made me cry. It was so sweet. Like,
I think I know what you're talking about. A lot of people connect with it.
definitely about growing up and childhood, and this is just, and the art style. It's weird. I don't know why I had low expectations for this book. I don't know why. Like, I think because I thought graphic novels like weren't really for me, because I had a couple that I didn't really love in a row, and like, but no, they are. It's just I gotta find the right ones.
You just gotta find the right ones.
How's yours going?
Good. I'm at 47%, which is great, and finished my one story, and now I'm into another one, which is kind of intense, but very, very good.
Ooh.
I like it quite a bit.
I am so excited to read that. Like, I don't know. I'm really tempted because I know that I said I was going to read The Monsters of Rookhaven, but I feel like, sorry, I'm updating my like reading bullet journal thing. I don't know that I'm gonna read Monsters of Rookhaven next, actually, because I felt like this was just exactly perfect for middle grade Halloween cozy vibes. Like, I almost like don't want like to read this and then have that overshadow. Like, I want to save this for maybe like on Halloween or something. And then this like completely gave exactly what I was looking for. So now I've got to figure out what I'm actually going to read next. My goodness.
Kristen says that she read 20 more pages. So yeah, if you're in the chat, let us know how your sprint went. Kristen read 20 more pages, and spooky things are slowly starting to happen. It also just started raining here, so it's giving all the perfect vibes. Cool atmosphere.
That is amazing.
Yeah, that totally is. Yeah, and then I think after this, I don't know when I'm going to finish it, but hopefully today sometime or tomorrow, that would be great. Then I have some books that I'm reviewing that I also have to read. But there's one book that I just like at night have been reading, and like I'm kind of getting ahead of myself because it's not technically like due until January, like the review. But the book is a cozy mystery. It's called Murder at the Bookshop.
Aww.
And it's just a lot of it's really, really cool. I don't think I haven't got into the part where there's the murder that's actually happened. But yeah, it's a cozy mystery. Book cover shows like a bookstore and like I think a dog or a cat, maybe cat. I don't know. But it's like the typical like cozy mystery sort of vibe. And the narrator is a author, which is cool. Hi, hello, just joined. Will there be a few more sprints? Angela, how many sprints would you like to do? Like 1, 2 more?
Yeah, during these next ones, I'm going to make lunch real quick and eat, but I don't mind, like, I'll probably listen to an audiobook. So I can do 2 more, 3, however many you can do.
Let's do 2 more.
Okay.
I think that will be good. So yeah, the answer is we will be doing 2 more sprints.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to
help picking what I'm going to read next. I need help.
Okay, what are your options?
Oh, man. So I'm listening to the Graveyard Book on audio because they have a full cast and it's so good. But I also have the physical book here as well, so maybe I could just like read some from the physical. I also have Agatha Christie. It is The Last Seance. It's like a bunch
I wanted to read that
of
one.
okay, it's like a bunch of stories. So I'm like maybe that because that's good for Halloween. There's like a bunch of different it says Tales of the Supernatural, which is funny to me because I don't really think of supernatural when I think of Christie. So I'm leaning towards maybe this because that way I can just read however many stories I want to. But then like I don't know, I'm kind of torn.
Well, the thing about The Last Seance is that if you read that one, you're going with the seance theme for the day.
You're brilliant. Seances. That's today's theme.
So, like, I don't know. To me, it's pretty clear what the answer is.
You are absolutely right. That has to happen. So today is a seance theme. So we're going to go with the Agatha Christie. Yay. I love themes. I love this. This just makes me so happy. I'm so glad you noticed that.
Yeah, I know. It's funny because like when I was looking for books about seance or that had seance in the title, and I was doing that in the summertime, just like looking for some things to read for this time of year. And yeah, I looked up both of those books because they both had seance in the title, so that's why.
Are you gonna ever do a seance with your Ouija board?
That thing is not open. It is in the storage room downstairs, and I'm gonna seance no for now. I just yeah, it's I don't think it's gonna happen.
I love it though. I love
I don't
it.
think it's gonna happen. But
oh my goodness, I'm excited. I'm excited to hear more about the Night of the Living Res, and because I'm curious if it is all gonna tie together at the end or not.
If it is.
Yeah, if it ties in together at the end really well. I know you said that they do throughout kind of tie in, and I'm wondering like if there's going to be a giant thing that happens or something. I don't know. I just have no idea what the story. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts when you're closer to the end.
Yeah, I am really liking it quite a bit. But I also have I have a few other books too that I am thinking of reading. I have so much reading to do next week.
Oh, why is that?
I just have like a lot of reviews to get done. I don't like for NetGalley, for instance, they want your feedback ratio to be like over 80%. And mine is at like 90 or 91.
Wow.
So basically, like whenever I get books, I just read them before I like allow myself to request more books. But I think what can happen is that you can request and request and request like tons of books, never thinking that they'll be like approved, and then they'll all come in. So then your feedback ratio then is like at like 30, 40 or something like that.
Wow.
But so that's why I'm doing everything I can right now to just keep it very high, read a lot of books, review a lot of books, and then from there can kind of take a little bit of a breather. But I think it's just good practice that like if you say you're going to read a book and review it,
yeah,
you should do that, right? Like it's kind of different than from just getting a book from the library where it's like I'll get to it when I get to it. But I feel like I have a like a responsibility to read it by a certain time, so that I can, just to help him out.
how do you pick what books that you want to request? Do you have specific ones in mind, or do you just kind of look through and whatever sounds interesting you grab?
For the books that I review, usually it's like what I feel is the most interesting. But I also try to keep in mind too, like what do I think that I'm going to enjoy for sure. I think of that. Whereas I feel like reading outside of it can be a little bit more like experimental for me.
Yeah.
Being like, okay, well, this has a lower rating and I'm gonna love it, right? But for reading, like I tend to like I really look at the synopsis and who the like author is and try to be like, okay, well, this sounds like a. And not only is it a book that I would want to like read, but like it sounds like a good one to talk about. That being said, when I don't like a book that I am supposed to review, I get very disappointed.
Oh.
Because I do, yeah. But yeah, I just try to make sure that I will. But I'll almost try for graphic novels. I love graphic novels, so like if I see, okay, the cover looks great, the synopsis looks good, probably gonna like it.
Nice. That's good. That's exciting because I can't imagine having to try to figure out how to review something you didn't like.
Yeah, but I am very honest with my feedback, but I try to be as professional as I can be, right? Because that's someone's like work and stuff like that. But also at the same time, if I find something in the book that like really isn't okay, then I'm not gonna, you know.
That's good because that's what's helpful to get feedback and then know about if you're going to read it too.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think reviews are like really good for really good for like discussing with other people like book recommendations.
Yeah, agreed.
So yeah. Yay. So I do have a lot of those that I want to get read and get done and just have it ready for my blog, and that's what I'll do next week.
Perfect.
I think I have 4 or 5.
4 or 5 books or vlogs?
Books.
Oh, I was like, that many vlogs? Awesome. Yeah, I need to figure out what I was going to film next because I got sick and that threw my schedule out the window.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to figure out what I want to film next because I feel like at this point it's like too late for Halloween content. So
Mm-hmm.
which is a bummer because that's what I was most excited about was filming Halloween stuff. And I only got to do like 1-ish.
You could do a Halloween vlog.
Yeah, because honestly, I don't think, as far as I remember, I think I have Halloween off. So I feel like I could dedicate the whole day to just reading and watching things. But I don't know if that would be interesting if you only read like 1 book in a vlog. I don't know.
My favorite vlog that I've done is just 1 book. So
Which one?
this one.
Oh, yay! Okay, but I am scared. Should I wait till I've read it to watch your vlog?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll wait till I've read it, and it's in the orders put through, so it should get here hopefully pretty soon. Because that sounds perfect for this time of year.
Yeah. I mean, like I do have like a spoiler free review at the very end of the vlog because like I just dedicate the whole vlog to that book, right? But I think it is probably best to watch it after. I don't have any spoilers in it. I just have like the vibes.
The vibes, I love it.
Yeah.
I need to do the vlog that I need to do. I'm wondering if I should start on Halloween, but I won't be able to finish it. I want to do a reading vlog for House of Leaves. I told you that before. And like, I'm just so curious what it's going to be about. Because I just have heard so many things about it and how it's terrifying. And I'm just like, I haven't been terrified from a book in a long time. And so I'm just so curious, but I will not be able to read that in one day. So that'll have to be a longer vlog, but either way. Oh man. There's just too many good books.
Is that like, what else could be?
Not enough time, too many good books.
I do have to do a TBR video for November, which I'm hoping to film tomorrow. But what I'm having difficulty with is like kind of making my cards where I have all the books that are potential options, because there's a lot of books that I want to read. And then so I'm just like trying to be selective of the books.
Yeah. So that's November. I don't know if this is controversial or common, but I feel like November is an even better reading month than October. Because November is just, you can still do spooky and it'll feel good and atmospheric, but you also can just do cozy. Mm-hmm. And you're just starting to get all cuddly and warm. It's getting really cold out, usually, depending on where you live. Like, I don't know. I feel like November is even better for reading than October.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that it's a very good reading month. I think that it is a good mix, like you said, between cozy and like you can still do spooky. I know that I do want to read some like winter books in November.
Oh. I'm going to be reading Weight of Blood, and I got the audiobook like you recommended, so I'll be listening to Weight of Blood in November. That's the one.
I'll be interested to see what you think of that one. I know, I just had to get that one. Like, when I saw it, I was like, I don't think Tiffany T. Jackson, just like everything that she writes, is just so good.
This will be my first. So.
Yeah, you said that. If you enjoy that one, which I'm sure you will, but we'll see. Monday's Not Coming is also very good.
That is on my TBR as well.
I think that's my favorite.
Oh, good. Okay. I've also heard good things. I mean, I've heard good things about all of their works. Like,
yeah, that one's really good. Grown is very good. They're all very like memorable, just very like very well written books.
Excited.
Yeah. All right, so do you want to do our next reading sprint?
Yes, I might have my screen off for a minute because I'm going to go make some food, but
I think I'll have to probably grab something to eat too.
Sounds good.
All right, so let's start this one in 3, 2, 1. Happy reading.
How did it go?
Good, 52%, and I ate some of my salad that I made, like, previously, so that was good.
Nice.
I looked in the fridge and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I have food already made."
That's the best feeling.
I know. I totally forgot about it too. And everyone in the comments, let us know how your sprint went. How did yours go, Angela?
It was good. Well, okay, reading part wasn't good. I had lunch, that was good. But I am only a few pages into the first story. It seems to me like they're all different stories because it says Tales of the Supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
And so far the first one is just about a medium who does seances in France. Yeah, it's in France, and she's about to get married to the main character, and he promises her that she won't be doing seances anymore after this because she's like getting sickly from it. So it seems like it's called The Last Seance. So this will be the last seance that she does, but it sounds like I'm sure probably something's going to go wrong because, it's an Agatha Christie.
Usually something does go wrong.
Yeah. So something's going to go wrong. I'm betting she's going to be the one to die. And they're going to have to figure out why. And I'm just so curious to see if these actually are paranormal or not. I have no idea.
Could be. As always, I have just like Olivia fur everywhere. Ooh. I don't know. I think she might be like shedding like thinner fur and like developing a thicker fur for winter. She definitely will get like a brushing after.
I hate when you have a piece of cat hair on your face and you can't find it, but you know it's there.
All like every day. It's every day. Let's see. Yes, thanks for joining us. And thank you, Anna, for joining us as well. Reading Daisy Darker, 173 pages in. Very nice. We are going to have one last sprint after our chat. Oh, at 51% of Selma Blair's memoir, Mean Baby. I remember I started to read it before, put it down for, no, I didn't put it down. I just, I don't think that I read it quick enough and it went back to the library. So I have to like get it out from the library again and read it. Let me know how you are enjoying it. Kristen, I got to this part of the book where they are in this creepy town, and I can just picture it looking like the town in the beginning of Hocus Pocus, where Thackeray lived. Have you watched Hocus Pocus?
I have seen it once, and it was last year.
Mm.
Yeah, so I watched it last year for the first time that I can remember. I know the sequel came out, but everybody's excited about that one. It's been a long time coming.
I know. It's been like such a long time coming for that one. Did you enjoy it?
Don't look at me.
It's fine. It's fine. Be honest here.
Like, here's the thing. I didn't watch it as a kid, so I didn't have any nostalgia attached to it at all. So for me, just watching it as an adult, I was not like the biggest fan of it, but I'm sure I'm a big fan of the Halloween Town 1 and 2. I did not like the others, but Halloween Town 1 and 2 I loved. But I'm wondering the same thing. Like, if I hadn't grown up watching it and I watch it as an adult, would I actually like that or not really? It's always interesting how we were talking kind of about it earlier, like how strong nostalgia plays into things.
Yeah, and see, like I watched a little bit of Halloween Town, and I never watched it as a kid, and I was like, no.
Oh, see, yeah. But see, to me, I watch it and I'm like, this is pure gold. This is perfect. But yeah, because I loved it before.
Yeah, I think the nostalgia is like really like important and influence. Hocus Pocus was just like when I was younger. I was like, oh, this is the best thing ever. And so it still has that nostalgia for me.
Does Selma Blair narrate that audiobook herself?
I'm pretty sure she does, right?
I love that. I love when authors narrate memoirs.
It looks like it is narrated by Selma Blair.
Yeah, so she does. That'd be great to hear.
Yeah, and further confirmation, she does.
I listened to Drew Barrymore's memoir called Wildflower. And when she narrates it, you know how expressive Drew Barrymore is. Like, she is squealing and screaming, and like I listened to it on a like a long drive, and it was like, I don't know if it was like the best memoir in the entire world, but I just remember enjoying Drew Barrymore's like emotion and put into it all. Yeah, and then like they said, you can hear the emotion, and it makes it a lot more impactful. Yeah, that would be especially good for Selma Blair's memoir. That sounds interesting.
I think honestly, like having like a good narration and having like for a memoir to have the author narrated is special.
It is. It's like they're telling you personally, like their life story.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we are going to have one more sprint after our chat, so thank you so much for joining us. We've been just talking about today, like all the spooky things, all the fall things, especially since we're very, very close to Halloween. Yeah. So, yeah. Angela read The Seance Tea Party. Loved it.
I loved it. Oh my gosh. It's funny because I had downloaded this from the library's ebook originally, and that's why I had read a couple pages from the beginning, but it was one of those downloads for graphic novels. I'm sure you've experienced it, Sarah, where like it doesn't format quite right, so you constantly have to be like rearranging the page.
Yeah.
And when I was at Barnes and Noble, this one was a buy one get one 50% off sale, and so I was able to buy both of these and get 150% off. And I was like so skeptical if I should buy it because I'm like, a graphic novel, that's a big commitment to have and buy. I don't know if I'm going to love it. And I'm so, so glad that I did, because the message is just the most beautiful thing. And the art, it was so good.
The theme of like childhood, I find, was one that like you can connect with quite heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what I was expecting. That's the thing. Like, I wasn't expecting that at all, which I should have if I would have read the back of the book, because it says growing up is terrible in big letters. But I mean, it was just, I just got it because it's, look at that, Seance Tea Party. Like, what more could you want? That sounds amazing. Yeah, the theme surprised me in a good way, because I feel like, especially a lot of us bookish people, I'm sure we all tend to relate to her, because we tend to be like liking magic and like in our own world, and I feel like it's incredibly relatable, not wanting to grow up.
Yeah, totally. And I think that that's one of the books that I also kind of like am a little bit pushy about, because I'm like, why aren't more people talking about this book? Like, why haven't I heard people talk about it? And yeah, that's one that I don't know. I made like a bunch of like TikTok things like featuring it because it was part of the readathon. But like that's one book where I'm just like, yeah, read it.
Read it.
Read it. I still think that I don't know what I rated it. I think I might have rated it
You did 4.25.
4.25.
Yeah.
What I liked about it most was it's just such a like it's a cozy book, but it's kind of deep as well, and it has like beautiful like illustrations. And yeah, I really, really, really like it.
What are
Um,
you reading?
am I reading?
Because you said what I
Oh
read.
yes, yes,
Did you
yes.
say what you read?
So I do these sprints and then I just like forget midway what I was thinking. I'm reading The Night of the Living Res by Morgan Talty, and it's a bunch of short stories. It's set in a indigenous community in Maine, and it has just a bunch of separate stories, recurring like characters and themes and that sort of thing. And it has kind of like it's described as like horror and horror short stories, and I'm really really liking it so far.
Whoa, the Family Games cover is neon. The title and author is this like neon pink with a blue background.
The family. Ooh. Oh yeah, like it's very like striking.
I've seen that cover before, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you ready to watch Knives Out soon? Oh my gosh. Because it says a rich, eccentric family, and my brain immediately went to Knives Out. I was like,
I'm looking forward to watching that. Angela and I are going to watch Knives Out tonight at some point.
Sarah's never seen it.
I know I've never seen it before.
I mean, as I said last time, I feel like so many things now have that tagline of Knives Out, like meets blank. A lot of murder mysteries are related to Knives Out now. They keep saying. So if nothing else, even if you don't enjoy it, you'll like get the reference of the vibe that would be in a book if they say it's like Knives Out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will. I would definitely. Okay, it was my book of the month pick this month, and I'm enjoying it. One of the better thrillers I've read. I love a good thriller.
That's good. Yeah.
I love when you find a good one that you're just like flipping through and just like, I gotta know, I gotta know, I gotta know. And then when you do find out, you're like, what? That's a good thriller. They can be done really well.
Yes. I know. I keep seeing that everywhere.
Isn't it funny how like they all kind of like how we describe things as like the new whatever or a mix between this and this. It's helpful. Like it's helpful.
Yeah, the Hacienda, it said it's a mix of Mexican Gothic and Rebecca. And I don't personally get the Mexican Gothic. I get Rebecca, though, so hard. It has good Rebecca vibes. But I think, like I said, I think the only reason they say Mexican Gothic is because it takes place in Mexico and it's a creepy house. But they're very different houses. And but either way, it was neat to get that, as you said, like sometimes it is helpful to get to see like, okay, well, I know I loved this, so maybe I'll like
What would
this too.
you like knowing that and
Yeah.
like saying like, okay, this book is a mix of this and this. What would you say Mexican Gothic is? A mix of it's like its own
Yeah.
thing. I've never read a book like it.
No, I really wouldn't. Since I read Mexican Gothic, I would compare other things to it. Like I think I told you, what's it called? What Moves the Dead does have Mexican Gothic vibes in some ways. But I agree with you. I don't know that I would say Mexican Gothic is like anything else because I think it has okay, so this is what I realized about Mexican Gothic that's different. So like the Hacienda takes place where mostly it's just the main character in the house. There are other people, but it's mostly her, which is a vastly different feeling than Mexican Gothic, because that had the whole family there. And so in that way, it almost is kind of like Knives Out, because you've got this like family that you know is up to no good, and they're all like, but it's not a murder mystery, but like just the fact that like the big family in the house. So that actually doesn't fit many other Gothic stories, because most Gothic stories don't have whole families there like Mexican Gothic did. So I agree with you. I don't know what I would compare to it.
It's a very specific type of its own. I don't even know. Yeah,
Oh, I'm so glad I was able to help you, because I highly recommend the Hacienda. I thought that was so good.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I did. I really, really liked it. It was not what I expected though. So I will say Rebecca vibes is accurate, but it's like the Hacienda is its own character. It is described constantly and like what it's feeling and how it's reacting, and you're following two characters and their journey and what had been going on in Mexico at the time, how it has impacted their lives, and how it both led them to the point where they are now, where they're at this hacienda that is not right. Like there's something wrong with it, clearly. And it's kind of a character. I don't want to say it's character focused, but it is like a slow buildup of like being in their heads and how they're going to deal with the situation they're in. And I really liked it. I liked it a lot. I'm so sorry, Sarah, but I didn't really like Mexican Gothic. I know, please don't, please. I'm just responding to the comment. I didn't really like the Mexican Gothic, but not the Mexican Gothic. I didn't really like that one that much, but the Hacienda, it was so atmospheric too. Like any place that describes cooking and food, I'm like, yes, because you get the whole atmosphere, and then they're like cooking in the kitchen.
And
like, well, in some scenes, like they're preparing the dinner in the large kitchen and they're like having to cook for people coming. And then there is like these characters that you don't know if their motivations are good or not. And as I said, it is set in like the backdrop of the Mexican War of Independence. So there are elements of that involved in it as well. But yeah, I really liked it a lot. I thought it was really good.
I think I want to read that one more and more every day.
I liked it. Yeah. It was a bit slower than I expected, because what was that?
Would it be good for November?
Honestly, it'd be good for any time, literally any time, because like it is warm, and like if you care about the weather of the book, it's warm, but it more in the house, it's like freezing cold in the house. So if you read it in the cold, you might get more atmosphere, because she's like freezing the whole time. But yeah, I recommend it. That would be kind of cool, reading it in the cold too, to make it real.
I'll just like open my I'll open my balcony like door like in November, like later, and I'm sure it'll be cold enough in here.
I did. It was interesting because you kind of end up thinking about what your expectations are around a book, right? And this one is talked as like a paranormal horror. And when I hear paranormal horror, for some reason, I expect like something to be happening constantly. Like I'm like, oh gosh, like it's going to be like super like thrilling and like horror and stuff. But that's not it at all. It's very like a buildup, right? And it really does feel Gothic to me, with the whole not Gothic as far as like an English Gothic manner, because obviously it's in an hacienda, but it is like Gothic as in the Rebecca feeling, where there's a mysterious character. It's like you don't know what happened to her husband's former wife, so that's kind of hanging over her head, like, oh, I don't know what happened with her. And then like you've got his sister who's there, and there's just all these characters that you don't know who to trust. You don't know what's actually going on. You don't know if it's like hallucinations or if it's real. Like it's a very like nice buildup of a wonderful story, in my opinion. So yeah, and I agree. And Then There Were None is like a huge comparison to a lot
Yeah,
of
I was
things.
going to ask if you see that lately too. I've been seeing them too. I've just been seeing more discussions about Agatha Christie in general lately.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like And Then There Were None, I could be wrong, but I feel like that was like the first what do you call it, like, because they're on an island, so it's not like locked or like closed room murder mystery, but like it's where they're all in one place and one of them is doing it, you
I
know,
see.
like Clue, like that movie, and different things like that. I feel like And Then There Were None was one of the first ones where it was that setting, so I guess it makes sense to compare a lot of things to that.
Mexican Gothic is like Eldritch horror mixed with Clue board game. Interesting.
Well, and it's funny, the people who are new here, I'm actually reading an Agatha Christie right now. I'm reading The Last Seance, which is tales of the supernatural. So it seems like it's a bunch of different short stories of hers that are paranormal, which I did not know she wrote. That's so funny.
Hello, currently reading The Marionettes by Katie Wismere, reread, and Gallows Hill by Darcy Coates. The
I don't
Marionettes,
even know where to start with Darcy Coates. I don't know what book to start with. There's so many.
is that author like a prolific author?
Uh, I don't know, but I know that every time I go to the store, like at Barnes and Noble, they have like a whole row, like a whole shelf. They're all like haunted houses kinds of feelings, it seems like. And so I just don't know where to start. I have no idea. Does anybody have any recommendations? Or is this your first Darcy Coates, Gallows Hill?
Yeah, I would like to know too.
The,
And then let's see, Katie Weismer. I haven't heard of this author before, but I hope that you enjoy it. How is The Last Seance? I didn't read any Agatha Christie until this year, and this year I've read 3.
that is amazing. Isn't it interesting when you start Christie and you're like, okay, you can't put them really down. So far, I'm not that far into it. I'm only like 10 pages in, and immediately it's got the same feeling of all the Christie books, but these are super short. So I'm very curious how much are going to go into this, because there's not a lot you can do. Like this one that I'm reading right now, The Last Seance, is only 16 pages. And so I'm like, how much of a mystery can you do in 16 pages? So after these next sprints, I'll be able to give a better review of what at least this first story, The Last Seance, is like. But it's definitely interesting to read paranormal, because I was saying before, the setup for The Last Seance is a woman who is a medium and she does seances, and she is getting sick from it and really like thin and ill and pale. And so she's promising that this will be the last one that she does. And true to Christie, I'm sure something bad's going to happen. Okay, cool.
Darcy Coates.
Cool. I hear mostly about the Craven. I hear about Craven Manor and The Haunting of Ashburn House a lot from Darcy Coates. Those are the big ones that I hear. Have you heard those titles too?
I've heard The Haunting of Ashburn House.
That's that author.
Now that you say that, and I look at the cover, why are haunted? Why? This is a very big question, but why are we so compelled to read books about haunted houses?
Oh, those are
right?
the best. They're the best, honestly.
They're so good. They're so good.
What book was it? I read a book recently that has like a theory about houses. Was it La Hacienda? Hang on. Let me see. It was in the author's note, I want to say.
What theory?
Not necessarily a theory, I guess, but like about why we're always interested in reading about houses. I know that Okay, here we go. I'll read this really quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Isabel Cañas who did The Hacienda. In
Mm-hmm.
her author's note at the end, um, she writes, "It began because I'm afraid of the dark. Over the course of the first 18 years of my life, my family lived in 9 houses. I learned by the fourth of these that not all houses are the same. Some are still, empty, and quiet. Others have long, long memories, hung thick like curtains, and so dense you can taste their bitterness the moment you cross the threshold. I have a theory about houses," says Andres, who's one of the main characters. "From the age of 13, my family settled into its 8th house, and I found the sensation of being watched unbearable. I began to sleep with the lights on, etc., etc., etc." But she basically said her theory, is that there's more to houses than it just being a building, like it almost has like tangible history and feelings to them. And I can see that, like, houses are all so unique and you definitely get different feelings, especially like something like this made out of like stucco and even different like construction material, even like it would make the house feel different and like make different sounds and like have cold and warm different, like they're just like their own characters, I feel like. What about you?
I think so. And I think that it's interesting to think of the house as its own character, you know? Like, I think those are some of my favorite, like, haunted house
Yes.
books and movies where you really just feel like the house is its own character and has its own, like, wants or desires or, grievances and just has like these hidden secrets. It's just, yeah, the creepy vibes. We live for them.
I'm telling you, then you should definitely read this because there will be lines throughout the whole thing of the house being treated like a person, like it's its own character. Like I'm trying to find, I highlighted a bunch in here, so I'm trying to find one, but it'll be like um uh I'm not going to be able to find it because of course right now I want to find it, so I won't be able to. That's always how it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
um but either way, yeah, it definitely is its own character in this book for sure. Do you have a favorite? Is it Mexican Gothic? But that's not really as much about the house per se. Do you have a favorite like house? Does anybody have a favorite like house or haunted house thing?
Yeah,
Because
I want to know if anyone has like a favorite.
or hotels. Mm.
Oh, hotels are cool too.
Mm.
Or ships.
Mm-hmm.
hmm Or ships. I think it's also like this desire to know like the
Yeah.
past histories, past secrets, and what is sort of like revealed within. And that maybe by going into a different room or a different area, you might be able to like search for things that you didn't know about the house or the family or the families that live there.
I would agree.
Creepy.
I would agree.
I have a show, but we talk about the show like probably all every time that we talk. I love I love the House on Haunted Hill.
Haunting of Hill House.
Yes, and
We
I
do
mess
talk about all of these a
every
lot. These are our
single
favorites.
time too. I mess it up every single time. I
The
love it.
Haunting of Hill House is a very good show about a house.
Rose
Oh,
Red. I haven't read this one. Have you, Angela? Has
what?
anyone in the chat?
No, and I have read a good amount of Stephen King.
Hmm. Looks like it's part of a series, but probably can read by itself. I don't know.
Mm.
Um, maybe can read by itself, or is it better if you read the series? Let us know.
Oh, it says it's a mini series scripted by Stephen King. Is it a book too, or is it just a mini series? Oh, it's a mini series. That's exciting. It's on Amazon Prime, I think.
Yeah, when I looked up Rose Red, I was actually reading the wrong one. I think I was reading the one by James Patterson.
Mm-hmm. I see that one too. What's it about?
Yeah, you said miniseries.
I'm just on Wikipedia here. The
Yeah.
plot focuses on a reputedly haunted mansion in Seattle. Done. You just gave me something new to watch. Thank you so much.
Cool.
I need to write this down somewhere.
Yeah, and it says it's from 2002.
I do really like, when I was a teenager, I think the first book that really did the spooky house for me was The Shining by Stephen King.
Mm-hmm.
I've since gone back and reread it like a couple times, and now that I don't know if my attention span is different or what, but now I feel like The Shining needs to be shorter. Like I wish there was more spooky things and less talking about other things, but that's kind of his thing. Like he spends so much time going into like backstories and thoughts and descriptions and like all this stuff, but I do think that The Shining's atmosphere is like when stuff starts happening, I've had a hard time finding one to beat that one, because it's terrifying. Like it's terrifying imagining that. And I actually went to, so he wrote The Shining based off of a hotel in Estes Park, Colorado called the Stanley.
You would visit, apparently.
Yeah, I went there, and
you went there.
Well, I didn't stay at the Stanley. I stayed at one nearby, but I did see the Stanley and I drove past it and everything. And even the hotel that we stayed at nearby, and you're in this, Estes Park is kind of like, if my memory serves me correctly, it's like in the mountains, like this, like it's like down into the mountains, and there's mountains all around you. And so you feel quite closed off from everything because you just have got trees and mountains. And we were at a much smaller hotel, and I do have to say, it was one of the creepiest places I've ever stayed at. Like that was, I almost couldn't sleep. It was so creepy. Like the whole like area in the beginning was like set up like a hunting lodge almost, and then you walk up these really creepy red carpeted steps, and then you got just like the long hallways, and your doors have those like glass things above it that you lift and let the air out, and it's all old tubs and old stuff. And it was so creepy because like when we went up the steps to go to our room, all the lights were on, the person was at the front desk, like everything was there. We were barely gone at any amount of time. We come back down and it's pitch black. Like no one's there, no one's to be seen ever anywhere. And like it was a really creepy place. I will admit, like there were some really creepy vibes there. And I can't imagine if you were staying at the actual Stanley Hotel. It's just the setting of like being snowed in or cut off from the outside world, and you can't do anything about it. It's a real freaky thought to imagine. So I think that one was that one was good for haunted houses.
I can't even read the book.
Why not?
The concept of it is too scary for me. I can't do it. But I did watch Dr. Sleep. And that's a Flanagan. Written and directed.
I need to watch that. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, written and directed by Mike Flanagan. I personally loved it. I thought it was great.
I've heard that from everyone, which is impressive because most people have issues with Stephen King books and endings.
But no, like this one was very good. I haven't read the book. There is a book, right, by Stephen King of the same.
Yes, that would be Danny the Son as an adult. Yeah.
But I haven't read the book. But I watched the film, and the film is enough for me to get like the gist of everything. But Ewan McGregor is in it, and I love him in everything.
He will forever be Obi-Wan Kenobi to me. I can't unsee it. He's Obi-Wan.
And he is Moulin Rouge. What's his name? the writer. Like, what is his name? In Moulin Rouge.
He was also like Christopher Robin, right? Or he was in that Winnie the Pooh movie. It was so freaking cute. It was so cute. It was like live action Winnie the Pooh, but it was so, I actually loved it. Me and my husband both like thought it was so cute. Diary of Ellen Rimbaud. I have that pulled up too. Okay. This might be a stupid movie to other people. I could see it if somebody thought it was dumb. However, now you just reminded me, maybe I watched that for Halloween. One of my favorite haunted hotel movies is 1408. It's based off of a short story that Stephen King wrote, but he like kind of didn't even fully flesh it out. It was like just the very beginning. And they like went wild with it and made a movie out of it. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, that movie freaked me out, especially the ending. I was like, what? Like that one blew my mind. 1408 is probably even better than The Shining for me. Because just it's so terrifying to put yourself in those situations. Has anybody else seen this? Am I alone here? It's so good. Now I want to watch it with you, but I don't know if you'll get too scared by it or not. But you like The Haunting of Hill House, so I don't think so.
There are like a couple of things within horror that like I will not like if I see it, like anything that's in the synopsis or whatever, and like immediately no. Like there are some things, and I will see what they are, but because
I know I don't want you to like to have.
I don't want to talk about it. But if I see them, I'm just like red flag. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't.
So 1408 is about this guy who is like kind of like, okay, in Hill House, the brother who writes books as he goes to all these paranormal places.
Yeah.
But he doesn't believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
That. So it's him, basically. It's a different guy. He like goes to all these different haunted places and he writes all these books and he's got a like following and everything. And he goes to stay at this hotel and he requests like this most haunted room, and they're like, we don't let people stay in this room, like you can't, like and he's like, okay, just give me the key, let me stay here, like blah blah blah. And stuff actually starts happening, and the progression of it is what I love so much. Like it just slowly starts to build up, and it's like psychological too, because you're like never quite sure. That's the thing about a lot of horror, is you're always like, is this in their head or is this real, you know? And to me 1408 works so well because of that feeling of being trapped. Like you have no, like if he ever tries to call, it doesn't go through, or like if he tries to leave the room, it doesn't work. Like all of this stuff, like you can't, like that. It's, I guess is that a fear? Did I just realize a fear of mine? Is that why? Like the same thing with The Shining, because you're trapped. That's probably why it works so well.
I don't know what it is about these hotels, but like people need to investigate these hotels, ensure people are safe. Where is safety? Also look up the diary of Ellen. I can't pronounce the last name.
It's a it says TV film. Dark forces invade a Seattle mansion where an industrialist lives with his submissive wife. A lot of Seattle here. Nice. I love spooky houses and hotels.
Can't do horror. The only Stephen King
I've heard
is that 11.
That's the title.
That's the title?
Yep.
How is that the title?
It's a date.
Date where things go down?
I don't know. I haven't read that one, but I've heard good reviews about that. I don't know what I don't want to completely say what I think it's about and then sound really ridiculous when it's not about that at all.
I feel like
I was right. Yeah, it's about time travel. So a time traveler who attempts to prevent the assassination of United States President John F. Kennedy. So that's the date when JFK was assassinated, and so the time traveler like might, yeah, Stephen King has I mean, like I said, Darcy Coates has a row. Stephen King has a whole bookshelf in Barnes and Noble. Like, it's like Darcy Coates, Stephen King, like a whole thing. I have to like skip through his shelf to get to anything else. It's pretty
I know
wild.
he's got this new one out. It's like Fairy Tale, I think.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I haven't read that one.
Ooh.
I tend to like Stephen King adaptations, but maybe controversial opinion. I'm not a fan of his writing.
What did you read?
I'd have to I'd have to look and see and tell you, but like film adaptations I like, for instance. But I haven't really gotten into his books. But I think a big reason about that is probably because I don't some of the stuff that's in it is pretty grim. But if I watch a film, I can kind of like get through it. You know, I can like
Yeah.
skip ahead or something. I guess you can do that in a book too. The Lang Oilers, the movie by Stephen King, is really good as well.
Lang Oilers, yeah.
Yeah,
it's funny that I'm actually the opposite of you. I actually don't prefer his adaptations to his books.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, like, I'm not gonna say like I'm like a number one fan of his writing, and I would hesitate to recommend his books to anyone, especially his older ones, because there are a lot of like, you know, like you said, grim or inappropriate or slurs or like things that I'm just like, I don't know that I would recommend it. But also some of his like character work or stories following characters and different things impact me more than like most writers can do. Like for me, I read The Stand, thankfully before the pandemic, but I read The Stand, and it's like over 1,000 pages, and you're following these characters in like basically a post-pandemic apocalyptic world. And just like that journey of like getting to know all these people, like I was devastated when it was over. I was so sad. Like I'm like, these characters are gone now. Like there's nothing else to, you know, like there's and then similarly with the book It, again, would never recommend that to anyone. But I've read It multiple times too, and like the amount of time that you spend and the amount that you get to know the characters, it just makes it so real, and they feel like real people. And then when the horror happens, you feel especially gutted for them, especially because he doesn't hold back on anything. Like, you, no character is safe, no one. And so I don't know, I've read more of his older works than anything new. I actually haven't read a Stephen King in quite a few years, but if you like that style where you go a lot of tangents, really in depth with things, you know, stuff like that, like I really think that he has some really good books with that. That was really good.
But then I watched Doctor Sleep and I was like, this is so cool. So I think I like the concepts.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I think I like the concepts and that sort of thing. I can't really pin it down, but I know that I just start to read it and I'm like, not for me. But sometimes it's just like how it is, you know.
I don't think you would like Pet Cemetery, just because
we're not going to talk about.
Sorry, I just had to say,
just
stay away from that one. Just, if you're gonna pick up any, don't read that. I can tell you now, don't read that.
Yeah, I'm like, where's Olivia at? She's not here.
I actually like his short stories too, like his collections. What's it called? Different Seasons or something is my favorite that I read, but I haven't read that many. But it has like the Shawshank Redemption book, which is not titled that, but it's the short story of it. It has The Body, which got turned into the movie Stand By Me. Have you seen that one? Oh, Stand By Me was so good. Man, like River Phoenix, Will Wheaton, is all these kids, and they go on this like long journey to go like find this dead body. it was really good though. It wasn't a horror. I don't know. And then there was one in that like scarred me for life. And I don't want to reread it. It was Apt Pupil.
Okay.
It was it. You know how I said he gets in depth with characters.
Mm-hmm.
This one was about a little boy who notices his neighbor, and he's like obsessed with like World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And this young boy notices his neighbor, and he starts to like put things together and realizes that he thinks his neighbor is like a Nazi that escaped and is hiding out here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I won't tell if you tell me everything that you know and all the details, because I want to know like the firsthand details about all of this stuff. But then obviously hearing about that stuff will mess with your head, which it did. And so it was rough. I don't recommend that one, but it was still really well written.
I don't think I would like that one.
Yeah, there's some things that you're just like, I don't need to put that in my brain, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I don't think so, no.
I don't need to put that in my brain.
But you had mentioned the Midnight Club by Mike Flanagan.
You had mentioned that. I haven't seen it yet.
Are you going to watch it?
I can't decide if I should or shouldn't.
I know.
Because I don't really like YA. That's the thing. Like, I don't know. I didn't enjoy being a teenager when I was a teenager. I don't know if I want to read, you know, I don't know. Or watch, sorry. I'm going to say tentatively yes, just because it's Mike Flanagan.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What are you thinking about it?
No, I'm just like, I'm dying to talk about it with like other people. That's just all.
Okay.
My partner liked it as well. I would say that it is definitely not my favorite, but it's like good. But it's good. It is interesting. But I can't wait for the House of Usher. Okay, Angela, did you read the Bizarre Bad Dreams? Because I'm wondering if some of the stories in that book are unfinished. If you had read it, thoughts?
I haven't read that. I'm sorry. I feel like a letdown. No, but I think that the cover is really cool. I've seen it before and I have been interested in it. But I also want to, because I read it before, but I need to reread it. Needful Things.
Mm-hmm.
Is that let me see. Let me pull it up.
I haven't.
Oh wait, no, that's Needful Things. Are those a short story collection? I guess not. Why am I thinking that it was? Either way, I have a lot of Stephen King to catch up on because I used to read it more when I was a teenager. Read him more, but I read The Outsiders recently, a few years ago. That was the most recent Stephen King I've read, or The Outsider. Yeah, The Outsider was a really interesting concept, but it tied in that series that I haven't read with. He ties in all of his books for the most part. Not like ties in, but like they all take place within like a similar area. You know what I mean? Like he usually always has them in Maine. And the Outsider ties in like this kind of other series that he writes. But yeah, The Outsider was his most recent one that I've read, which this one was in, when did this come out? 2018. So I have more read like his older stuff, like The Stand, The Shining, Pet Sematary, Misery, the Tommyknockers, It. What else? Gosh, he has so many. I did like the movie Dreamcatcher. I thought that Dreamcatcher was a good movie adaptation, but I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion because I feel like a lot of people probably wouldn't like it. But I thought Dreamcatcher was a good adaptation of a Stephen King book. That one was about like, well, actually, I don't know what is and isn't a spoiler, so I shouldn't say anything.
I got confused for a second with The Outsider because I was like, wait, The Outsiders were written, that was written by someone else. Do you know what I mean? Like
yes, the other one. I added an S on accident. Sorry.
It says 1983 American coming of age film drama, but there's like a book too, right?
Yeah, that one was a pretty popular book I've heard, but I haven't read that one. No, this one is without the S. Sorry. He's called The Outsider because like a murder takes place of a young child, and the person that they have all of the evidence in the world, like his DNA is there, everything is there, like he's the one who did it, but they also have actual proof that he was somewhere else at the time too. So it's like, how is that possible? They actually are making a show. Jason Bateman plays that character. What is it? Is it on Netflix or? But yeah, they're making it a TV show, and I think that it would actually. I'm curious how that's going to translate to TV, especially with some of the stuff that happens in it. I don't know if it's on Netflix or where it is, but yeah, they're making it into that, and Jason Bateman's going to play the main character. And that's the thing. Doesn't Stephen King have really good concepts? Like, yeah, how do you have the DNA and full evidence of somebody there and people saw him, but you also have proof that he was somewhere else at the exact same time? So, like, how is that?
Constantly have these ideas, like, you know what I mean? Like, most people, like a lot of authors are extremely lucky. If you can find like 1, 2, 3 like really great ideas for it, but he just keeps going and going and going. I don't get it.
No, he actually also has one of my favorite nonfiction books called On Writing. Yeah, and he teaches you how, like, he literally teaches you how to write. Like, he's like, this is what I think. And that actually, you know how I said 1408 was like a short story? He made that chapter for On Writing to like go and show you his notes on like what he would change and edit and proofread and like what words he would use and replace other things. And he teaches you like how to write and be a writer at the same time while he is telling about his life story and his journey and like where he gets his ideas from half the time, and like his journey of when he was like a teacher and he kept applying and putting his stories places and all of his failures. And then, you know, after he got like hit by that car, he had like an addiction to like medication and stuff. And so like some of his older books were written like under the heavy influence of like that kind of thing. And just like, I think On Writing is a very underrated, well, I can't say underrated. I'm sure I've seen authors talk about it. So, but yeah, it has stories in it. It's got where he came up with a lot of his ideas of different books, like Cujo and different things. And like, that one was a really good nonfiction, I thought. I have it. I need to read it.
How he thinks of these things. I don't think I would want to, in a certain sense, too. But I think that probably writing is pretty. Like, I would think that it would be like pretty like enjoyable. Maybe like a release. I don't know, like to kind of get these like ideas out into the world.
I wouldn't want these things in my head, though.
No, that's what I mean. Like, wouldn't you want to just like, yeah.
No. And I'm adding Bizarre Bad Dreams to my list, though, because that sounds really interesting. This would be the first Stephen King I've read in a while. So you're getting me back into the groove here. Yeah.
All right, let's get around to doing our last sprint. I think that would be good.
You're like halfway through Night of the Living Res, right?
Yeah, I'm 52% of the way through, which is good. I think I started at 36%. I think that this page turner is just doing its job. It's great.
It's worth it.
Yeah. Going to get that up and ready to go, and we'll do our final sprint. Yeah, I think November is going to be cozy for me. I think I'm after this one. I think I might just like, I need cozy.
Oh, so I can't convince you to watch 1408 with me.
No.
Darn it.
No, I think I need like cozy.
Yeah.
Like, I can feel myself just craving like nice, comforting, cozy vibes, but I'm still going to sprinkle in my cozy mysteries.
Legends and Lattes. That's what I'm going to be reading. That is like, it's literally just a fantasy story about these characters opening like a coffee shop. And I'm like, done. I'm here for it. So like that's gonna be my cozy read, Legends and Lattes.
For those who are interested or that do Goodreads giveaways, I know that there is a Goodreads giveaway right now going on for that book.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Let me just confirm by going to Goodreads to see if it's still there. But who knows? Maybe you could win it. Legends and Lattes. Yeah, there is a giveaway. It ends in 3 days. If you just go to Goodreads and you type in Legends and Lattes, it'll bring you to there. You can enter it.
Yeah.
10 copies available. 15,582 people have entered. So good luck.
Oh my god.
But
I've never gotten a single one. I mean, I don't apply very often to giveaways, but I don't do it because I've never gotten one. I'm like, why not?
I know. But it's there if you want to try.
I don't know. That's the one that I'm excited about for cozy. Did you have one in mind?
For cozy? Oh, yeah. I have a bunch of different ones. I love my cozy mysteries, but the one that you had mentioned, the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches, definitely reading that in November.
Oh my god.
I think there's another one that I wanted to read. It's called Finding Family at Seabreeze Farm. This looks like a cute little book. I think it's supposed to be about finding family, and it's set around. I'm the worst. It's set around Christmas. And so that's something that I got from NetGalley. Thank you guys for this one. And there's like some little hens in the cover. So I'm excited about that one. And a couple of other cozy ones that I'm going to be reading. Who knows? Maybe I'll add in some middle grade or something. Okay.
Oh, middle grade's the best for that. Oh.
I know. I do like middle grade for that as well because you always feel, by the end of it. All right, so let's do this last sprint. We are going to start it in 3, 2, 1. Happy reading, everyone. Hey everyone, how was your sprint? Angela? Hey everyone, how was your sprint?
Oh, you're echoing.
Sorry about that. I've been having a lot of technical difficulties for the last little bit, but I think we're okay now. How was your sprint, Angela?
It was good. I'm on the third short story in the Agatha Christie Tales of the Supernatural. And they're not mysteries, really, at all. They're each just, at least so far, up to the third book, they're just like kind of eerie little stories. And they all do have the paranormal involved in some way. It's pretty interesting.
Do they seem related to the first story?
Mm-mm. No, I think they're just a collection of short stories about paranormal stuff.
Huh.
Yeah, it says the last seance gathers 20 stories in one haunting compendium that explores all things occult and paranormal. Ooh, good. There's some Poirot and Marple stories. I love the detective.
Oh, wait a second. Those are the same detectives that were in the murder of Roger Ackroyd? Or the same detective?
That was Hercule Poirot. Miss
Yeah.
Marple is a different detective.
I don't think that I've read enough Agatha Christie to know.
Me neither. I haven't read any Miss Marple yet, but I want to start getting more into her stories because I haven't. I mean, I love Poirot, so I'm sure I'll like her other detective too.
Have you visited both Books Like Whoa, their YouTube channel?
Have I visited what? Sorry.
Books Like Whoa.
Yeah, Mara, I actually referenced her, I think, in the last live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, oh, because she was the one who said Babel is the way she described it was a Dickensian coming of age story. Kind of like Great Expectations. And I was like, that's a brilliant way to describe Babel because I didn't know that that's what it was going to be like. I didn't know it was going to be more like Charles Dickens like that. So that was a good way to describe it. But yeah, she's read a lot of Christie. Has she read all of them even?
I have no idea, but I do know that I feel like she probably has like read a ton because I think there was a recent video-ish and I saw Agatha Christie on the title. I know that she's always coming up uh with like new Agatha Christie stuff. It's cool.
I'm gonna go look. Now I'm curious.
Yeah. Okay, so Ryan said 16 pages into Rings, previously published as Rings by Koji Suzuki.
What do you think? I'm sure that's got to be what the movie's based off of, right? The Ring? Or
Is it?
no? I don't know, but that sounds.
Rings
Yeah. That's the. Oh, is that scary? Oh, that would be so good to read.
Oh, I want to read that. Honestly, like I don't know what it is, but there's something about the ring that like creeps me out so much. It's the whole video and coming out of the but I think that the story is actually kind of like it's a very like sad story too. Very sad. And it's scary. So it's really, really good. Let's see. Love Miss
That's good to know. Good. I'm excited. I need to get into the Miss Marple ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really in. I mean, I used to be when I was younger. I used to read a lot of mysteries, and I used to read fantasy and horror, and I feel like I've just kind of keyed back in on that now lately, and I've just been going back to those things. And so I have so many mystery books. Like, this is like the ones that I recently bought, and there's like a handful of ones that take place in the winter because I want to read them in the winter. And I just think mysteries, it's the weirdest thing to call mysteries cozy, but somehow they are.
They are, I think, because you kind of know that it's almost like solving a puzzle. And there's
Mm-hmm.
just something just so comforting about that, I think, when all the pieces
Yeah.
fit together. That I
Yes.
think is the cozy kind of part for me. And also too, in a lot of like cozy mysteries, they'll have like baking and tea and like so there's that kind of environment too, which is comforting as well that I
Yeah.
love.
My
But there's
favorites,
something about puzzles.
and it's not graphic or gory typically either. Like, the person's usually, there's not really a lot of description about their death or anything. It's more just like solving a puzzle, like you said.
Yeah, yeah. And I
My
like that.
favorite,
I can read more of them and
yeah,
I can read more of them and like feel okay.
not be too dark.
I have to kind of layer it a little bit when there is horror,
Yeah.
kind of to balance it out a little bit.
Well, just for your own peace of mind, because I know you said you were interested in this too. This
Mm,
one, it's not like, at least so far, the first three, like, they're also not really graphic or anything. They're just like short little snippets. This reminds me of something that you would read in, I don't know if this is accurate, but like in like a little newspaper or something, because they're pretty short and it's just like a nice little story of something supernatural happening that's a little creepy and you don't know what's going to happen with it. So it's not, this one isn't really too bad either yet. But my favorite are the ones where I need to figure out what that's called, like locked room, is that what it's called, or something, like where you have the whole cast and you know that it's one of them, but you don't know who's telling the truth and who isn't. I
but they
love
have to
that.
kind of be together like for a certain period of time, like on a train or something like that.
Yeah, like Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, and Then There Were None. Like, those ones are my favorite. I love
Those are
that.
cool because there's a sense of like urgency, like and a clear kind of understanding of like why this needs to be solved in within a certain time period as
Yeah.
well, so that you can like survive.
Yeah.
Which
It's a
I
good
find
one.
I like that too. I like that aspect of it as well. I do like
Ooh.
any puzzles that have to be solved within a certain time frame because I like that kind of sense of urgency.
That's why you like Dan Brown so much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I like Dan Brown's book. It's just like, oh my gosh, we have 2 days to solve this, and I'm like, I'm on board.
Well, the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches also has a deadline.
Okay, but is there a murder mystery? But there's a deadline.
No comment. I'm gonna let you figure out what the main plot is, because there's like, she doesn't know from the beginning either, so you kind of figure things out with her about like what is gonna happen in the book. But yeah, there is a deadline for something, and it's got it all, man. This book it's got everything. I just, man, that book, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, this one was so good.
I have this form of synesthesia with like the color blue because
Oh.
like I think I told you this. When I hear sounds, I
Mm.
have taste associated with them, and with very few, but some things that I see have taste associated with them too. And the color blue and swirls is always bubblegum ice cream from when I was very,
Oh.
very little. So when I see the cover, I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is the best.
I
It's
love
just,
it. That's good then.
I mean, it's more than reminding, but it's associated with that for me.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the associations are all from like when I was a child. Okay, so Ring is already giving off super creepy vibes. I'm liking it so far. Not sure if it's tied in with the movies. I'll let you know as I get further in.
Honestly, I think creepy is better than horror. I would take creepy over horror any day, because I know that sounds like they're the same thing, but to me, creepy and eerie are more like a sense of foreboding and unease and kind of that feeling of looking over your shoulder and you're not sure what to expect. I like the build up almost more than the actual horror thing that tends to happen, you know? I don't know. I think
Something
that's
I don't like. I like getting little tidbits throughout. That kind of I like getting tidbits of information as you go throughout. But sometimes when like when the reveal like happens, I feel like it needs to be done in a very certain way. And if I feel like there's too much of a confession, that's something that kind of puts me off a little bit. Like,
mm,
sometimes that puts me off from it. This is more, I guess, like true crime and mystery, but that's
okay.
something that I don't like when I see someone confess to someone, but like I'm like, you're literally giving everything away right now. And I know it's for the book.
Yeah. The
That
whole telling every detail thing, you mean?
mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, and you're like, "Why would this isn't realistic." Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, why are you saying everything now? The other thing I don't like is when they're in horror or whatever, when they totally like misguide you and keep like they don't kind of like foreshadow in a way that I would like it to be done. So I like little things throughout, but I don't like it when you get to the end and they're just like, well, we misdirected you the entire time. That's something that I really don't like. And because I feel like if it doesn't make sense, if like the previous chapters don't make sense, if the story doesn't make sense, then when you just do like a big grand reveal at the very end, I'm just like, I could have just read this chapter. Nothing before means anything.
Doesn't mean anything, yeah. I do find that I actually don't know that I've really read many that I prefer. Like, I prefer mysteries that there are clues that you could figure it out yourself. And
Mm-hmm.
it tends to not be the case with a lot of things. A lot of things are just like random out of nowhere, and there were no clues. You never could have guessed it. It's still interesting to read, but I prefer having to figure it out yourself, like seeing if you can pick up on what was going on. I actually like not gonna lie, Murder of Roger Ackroyd is one of Christie's like most popular books, and I don't know what it was, but like from the very beginning, I knew who the murderer
Yeah.
was. I
Yeah.
was just like, this is that person. And then, but it was actually kind of interesting because for some reason, I was so convinced of who it was that I got out my tabs and I started tabbing all of the clues that would point to who it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up being right. And I was like, why did I know this? I have no idea. But other than that, I normally just like, I prefer, like, I have this little book, it's on my shelf of, it's like a couple page mysteries, and then you have to go to the end and find the solution. You know those ones?
Yeah.
Those have always been my favorite. Like when I was a kid, Encyclopedia Brown, he
Mm-hmm.
was like a kid detective, and at the end of each one, you have to go to the back and see the solution, and they would always explain how he figured it out. And so those are my all-time favorite. And I remember when we were in high school, we were doing it as a class, and my teacher was like, Angela, you're not allowed to participate anymore because you know the answer every time. And I was like, well, no.
I want to participate too.
I know. They're like, well, you can't do it because you always figure it out. And I'm like, well, I feel like you should be like impressed with me, not forbidding me to join.
And find a better challenge.
I know. I'm like,
You're at it.
oh, that's funny. Yeah, I like that feeling. that spookiness where you're just like, oh God, oh God, oh God. And that's why the rings, yeah, the super creepy vibe or rings. Yeah, it says on, at least when I looked it up, let me look again, make sure. The Ring movie book. It says that Ring is, hang on. Yes. The success of the novel led to manga, television, and film adaptations. Interesting. I remember that movie creeped me out. I don't
I know. And then I think I read it, or I watched it too at a time where I was very little. And I was just like, if that phone rings after I watch this video, if that happens, I'm done for. Like,
Okay.
I was like so worried about it. I was just like, this happened to me. Like it like scared me so much.
Have you seen Scary Movie 2?
I'm pretty sure I have.
Or wait, is it 3? Which one is it that has Ring and
I know that there's a scene.
No, it's 3. It's 3. Sorry. Scary Movie 3 where it like combines like signs and the ring. Is that it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've seen this one.
It was ridiculous. Oh my gosh. No, one time when I was a kid, it was Halloween night and they had a scary movie on TV and we were like taking a break between trick or treating. And I was sitting there watching the movie and my nose started bleeding out of nowhere. Like all of a sudden I just felt my nose bleeding and I remember
Nope.
being so scared when I was a kid. I was like, what is happening? Why is my nose bleeding? It was terrifying.
That would creep me out so much.
And like that's the thing, I was just sitting there.
Did that ever happen to you?
What?
Just like unexplained like nosebleed.
No, that hadn't really ever happened. Like occasionally you get a nosebleed if your nose is really dry or something, or you're like scratching or picking. And like, no, I was just sitting there watching the movie and all of a sudden it just like started coming out. I don't remember what movie it was. It was probably like a Chucky movie or something, but either way, it scared me.
This. I thought she was going to come out of my TV at the end the first time I watched. Yeah, the same thing. I was just like, she is just going to come right out. That's like you're watching a movie and you're watching it on a television. She comes out of the TV. And you're like, well, this obviously is going to happen.
Also, Poltergeist with the girl on the TV, you know?
Yeah. That was
Why do we do this to ourselves as humans? Like, what's wrong with us? Why do we do this?
I think it's adrenaline. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's just adrenaline. And different people get it different ways. Some people, they like to go climbing mountains, rock climbing and what have you. And yeah,
And you watch spooky things.
I'll watch a movie.
Oh my gosh.
Different ways to get your kicks.
I know. I'm at the point where I feel like I kind of have my set scary movies I watch around Halloween, and it's been a long time since I've watched new ones. I don't know. I'm kind of like I'm kind of see, that would just be so scary. I don't know. Like I know what to expect, you know, in the ones that I've already seen. I know what to expect. And then I know that defeats the whole purpose because the whole point is you're supposed to be surprised. But I'm like, but do I want to do that?
I will rewatch scary movies.
Yeah.
You know, that I Know What You Did Last Summer?
Yes.
When I was a teenager, I watched that one a million times.
I mean, that the cast alone, the cast was great.
The cast? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
so good. So good. Like, especially at that time, they just had everyone.
Yeah.
For both of them. For the sequel as well.
Yeah. My favorite is Scream, the original. I love Scream. That's like just
Did you
like
watch Scream before I Know What You Did Last Summer?
I don't remember. I know I liked them both when I was younger. But I actually haven't watched I Know What You Did Last Summer in a long time. That sounds like it would be good to rewatch. I like Scream so much because it's the whole. I really like, what do you call it? Like meta, or like breaking the fourth wall or something.
Yeah,
Like I really like that. Like when they're talking about horror movies within the horror movie. You know, like that's what I just love that. That's why I like My Heart is a Chainsaw by Stephen Graham Jones. I love My Heart is a Chainsaw because like the whole thing is that she's talking about slashers in the book as she's convinced that there's a slasher going on in real life. And it's just like, I just love that. I love that stuff. So that's why Scream, at least, is just, it's a good time. I like it.
fun.
Why
Okay,
is
well,
the sun is like, I'm gonna try to scoot away from the sun.
I think that is everything for today, right? Yeah.
How you like your book? You said good?
Yes, I do. I do like my book quite a bit, and I really like my page turner.
That's amazing. A good gadget that works for you.
Yeah, it's a good one too. And gave it to my partner yesterday, and he was trying it um, on his iPad and was going through. And at first he was like, I don't know about this. And then I gave it to him, and he was like, oh, gosh, love it.
So convenient.
Especially with like graphic novels, you're always like clicking and going to the next page, right? Because you read it so fast.
Yeah, that's true. That is good.
Yeah, and for this comment, I have not watched the Japanese version of it, but if I ever can muster the courage, maybe I will. That's when I won't watch again. I don't know.
I know. I'm nervous to rewatch those.
I'm just convinced, like, she will come out of the TV.
Wait, I'm also thinking about The Grudge. Those two keep mixing in my brain. The Grudge too. Have you read that one or seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
That one is creepy as well.
That one is creepy, but for some reason it didn't have the same effect at all.
Really? I don't like.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't care. I'll tell you things I'm afraid of. I don't like things contorting and crawling in ways that they're not supposed to. You know how they do that in horror movies a lot, where like things will contort and bend and walk and move and climb at you or anything. I don't like that. That freaks me out. And I just remember in The Grudge that little thing that would, it would like crawl on things and come, and I'm like, nope, no thanks. I hate it.
Yeah, it definitely has it in that one for sure.
Nice. But yeah, man, we've been talking about a lot of good scary stuff for Halloween. This has been fun.
Yeah, we've definitely been like immersing ourselves in it.
Got a couple more days.
I know. Excited. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us and for doing the reading sprints.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
All right. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Bye. Have a good Halloween.
Happy weekend. See ya.